I cannot do that here.
As Megan put a healthy amount of distance between herself and Chris, his eBay purchases started drifting towards the latest. Items included a delicious glove doll, even roll-on ring, Nina Hartley's Dynasty toys, and my personal favorite, Space Nuts. After years of frustration, Chris began taking matters into his own hands. Following this general theme, he also decided to give up on Santa. Asking for a girlfriend that Santa never delivered. 2007, Chris was working on a new project called Yes, I'm on TV, which consists of videos he recorded on VHS tapes burned up to a DVD. Of course, he had no idea how valuable an archive of his activities would eventually become, and most likely he just did this out of his narcissistic self-acceptance with every moment of his life. Later on, the leaking of the DVD was of greatest interest to those interested in his CWC tour. But at the very end of this highlight reel about Chris's life, there was one video filmed solely for the purposes of being put into the DVD called Christian Weston Taylor's Future Message.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, and dudes of all teenagers.
In this 9-minute-long prophetic manifesto, Chris summarizes the lessons he learned up until this point. He did this because, ideally, he wanted this video to be played in school. In it, he goes on about why going to school isn't torture, why drinking and smoking are bad, the extreme importance of staying straight, and last but not least, that girls should consider dating uglier guys to have a better personality and a brighter future. It's around this time that Chris reconnects with Cole, his previously mentioned half-brother, to offer him a copy of his autobiographical DVD.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
To exchange emails with Megan, where she continually complains about him touching her when she doesn't want him to. Ideally, she leaves for Kentucky, and Chris misses her dearly, since she was pretty much the only female he could get close to that wasn't his mom. This wasn't the only thing causing him to be upset, though, as by the end of June, Chris's dog, Patty, who he had had since 1988, had to be put down. He even wrote his dog a eulogy, saying, when Patty was brought to the vet on that
masterful work.
Frightened to turn her out. I stated it during the phone with my hand on her head, scared my sent her on her way. I didn't want her to be the one to sign it. I raised Patty since she was a 6-week-old pup, and I wanted to take a strain for signing the one-week ticket. It was hard for me to lose for the next. Sign that paper.
What the freak?
Hand to paw hold, eye contact, ear rub, cheek to fur rub, and I sadly waited for the final time. And I said, goodbye, Patty, I love you. As I stood outside, I heard Patty's last bark saying, I will always love you, Chris. Thank you. Regardless of how thorny and problematic of an individual Christianity is, losing a pet you've had for that long is tough. Especially considering how few and far between were his sources of affection, Patty must have meant a lot for him, and it's hard not to feel for the guy. But let's not dwell on this for too long, because Chris did not either. By July, Christian had entered a contest called Chop Chop Master Onion's Rap Showdown, which was created to promote the Parappa the Rapper game that was coming out that year. The grand prize was 2 PSPs and an all-expenses-paid trip to Seattle for the 2007 Kenny Arcade Expo, which Chris was hoping to use in order to seduce Megan out of Kentucky and back into his arms. Well, not quite back, since she was never there. Anyway, this is Chris's entry if you were curious.
Yeah.
July was also a very active month for his eBay, and he bought plenty of more stalls, adult videos, and creation needs of all kinds. Mind you, all of these trinkets, gizmos, and gadgets were bought on the credit card of a nearly 80-year-old Bob. Whenever he wasn't getting busy with those, he was emailing every person he's ever interacted with in his life to vote for his Parappa the Rapper contest entry so that he'd win the prize. He even tried Cole, but to no avail, since he seemed to be interested exclusively in trashing Chris's parents. This technique must have proved effective since his video made it to the final round, but in early August, it was made public that the winner of the contest was not Chris, but a guy named Adam Stackhouse. Chris would put in his 2 cents about this unfavorable result. That stupid, no-good Adam Stackhouse won the trip. He had music and more than one person in his video, which were in violation of the official rules. 3 other videos out of the remaining 9, Afrolusky, Brutal, and Story of Buckwald all violated the official rules as well. Those 7 people of those 4 videos should have been disqualified. Period. I am so angry at the fact that the station company and their promotional associates will not do anything to bring these violators to justice. More on my autism, justice will be served to these 7 people of those 4 videos.
Yeah.
Of course, while accusing other people of cheating, Chris overlooked the fact that he himself had made over 120 fake accounts for himself.
Sworn on my autism, bro. I can't believe he just said that.
That's so weird.
Directed most links of Adam's Stackhouse.
That's where all my autism. Got autism?
I loathe Adam and his sister for stealing my one chance at taking my sweet gal friend to Seattle. It would have been terrific. I might have even been able to change her outlook.
This shit's still going. Damn.
Although I am a frustrated, high-functionally autistic 25-year-old virgin. I don't have much going on for me, really, because I have been a dog in America's favorite game, maybe autistic my whole life. I curse from 7 people, Jimmy Cassidy, 3 legal videos, to die in
That's what I was like, that's America's favorite game. I remember playing that one.
Don't touch me, Kevin. Don't touch me. What makes me friendly to you is sexual harassment to me. You lie to your being from me. You honestly have no consideration for my feelings. Also, I can't say I like that he viewed my photo in the video. They don't cover the conflict. I want them removed from all of them immediately. Since I'm not a MySpace member, I can't do what he does. If there are any photos from you in your blog, I want them removed. And I don't like your negative settings. I don't like any character in your comics. I don't like having any character in Soul Calibur or Animal Crossing. That kind of behavior really freaks me out. While that said, we're down to 2 options. A, to remain friends and only friends, period. As in no more touching me, following me, asking me personal questions, and giving me things.
Why is that even an
Still
option?
battle, trade cards and talk. Or B, never see me again. Sorry I sit down to this, but over repeatedly a nice way to stop. Please never listen. I hope you will finally
That motherfucker autistic too.
serious consideration. And now know, if you try your advances again, I won't be very nice about it. Despite how clear Megan was being, we would once again fall on mostly deaf
I think the fucking vampire was fighting was also autistic too.
including it with a declaration of
He was running away with like literally bleed damage done to him, so he was gonna die either way. I just stared at him. Not only did he teleport, he teleported an inch in front of me. Like, hi.
Chris Chan doesn't like gay people? What? That doesn't even make sense.
Why does that name sound so familiar?
I'll tell you what, if I ever stoop down and change my path, I might as well look at a Joker Tree Corporation. When they pathetic statement in this sexual work. By some miracle, Megan is once again tolerant.
What the fuck?
Like this, but she also had some time in high school and felt very lonely. In that same month, the new dimension
What?
as for the very first time, an online community took note of his existence. On a thread about Eulilia, I'll say something awful. Chris gets brought up, along with astonishing
Man.
soon he gets his own dedicated thread titled Astonishing in his quest for a boyfriend.
Boyfriend free girl? Yep. For soda?
Yes, he wears that astonishing necklace around everywhere he goes. People slowly realize that Chris was definitely not your run-of-the-mill internet weirdo. Not only was it evidence he was a special kind of, well, special, but no one could tell that voice had probed the multiverse. Despite how small the community there was around Chris astonishing at the time, it was like stumbling into Kentucky 2 and finding mountains of ontological artifacts that had been away from the world for centuries. He's being user of the previous post about and shared an updated version of the attraction site on Chris's website.
He made the necklace. Hey, yeah. Let me see it first. She get one. Very what? Yeah, no. Know what you're talking about. You're not the original necklace, dude. You look like Dahmer. The fuck?
In the dark underbelly of the internet, news travels at light speed, and just a little after CWC's debut, the lolcow in something awful forums, discussions about him sprung up in the cartoon and video game wars on 4chan. Unfortunately, because things were from so long ago, that 4chan didn't have the reputation it currently has, and the consequences, almost no archive going on. We don't have all of
This enemy's doing bleed to me, and I'm doing bleed back.
discussions that were happening. A few days after the
There's no reverse.
spread around, someone named Evan from the cartoon
I bleed stronger. That charge was fun. Not gonna even lie. Running around with the charge on, just like.
What the fuck?
Anyways, I'm gonna check the loot that he got. This is trash. This is trash. And this is trash. Trash.
Chris claimed that the article caused him to have the worst weekend of his life. People trolling on his email, but no one really got to him besides Evan. All of this obviously upset him, and a couple of days later, he expressed his disapproval of his characteristically polite and genuine way that it's hard not to criticize him.
you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Enough is enough at some point, and I cannot continue to disgrace myself by forgiving things that I never find forgivable in the first place. I'd like for you to just completely leave me alone for a while until I can sort things out myself. You understand? It's not like I hate you, but I don't see you the same way anymore. Just leave me be for a while. I'm trying to recuperate. And maybe some time. Despite this message having a much more final perspective on Chris and Megan's relationship, by some unexplainable reason, she still leaves a window open for possible reconciliation in the future. Calling Grace sees this charitable reluctance to completely cut ties with him as an opportunity to fork out
I need more time.
Down bad, but what the fuck?
I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. Being down bad for a woman, that's bad, but like, she's literally giving you every hint that she's not interested at all. Then don't embarrass yourself by pursuing.
They did. Couldn't help himself.
Hearing that line, I'm like, what?
I need more time.
The message is followed by a picture of a man in a pickle suit. In Chris's email to his church, he says he was deceived and that Blanca was a troll, but that was just posturing on his part, as he would hang on to the obviously non-existent Blanca for much longer after this incident, claiming she was real and exchanging photos with other Blanca accounts. It's also during the roller coaster of a month that he briefly entertains the idea of a love triangle between him, Blanca, and the stolen painting. Unfortunately for Sarah, Chris begs Blanca, eventually drawing Sarah getting hit by a truck in one of the later issues of Sonic 2. The fallout of the news being sent was still going strong as a whole week later, all of Chris's back and everybody in contact with this got copies of the images. Meanwhile, Chris got himself involved in yet another
I'm not ready yet. Agony! I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
It works perfectly because that's my... technically, I guess I could use that as an AoE.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
also lied about having gotten a medallion back to make himself look like less of a loser. This lie is dispelled on October 20th when a video is uploaded. A pickle jar, beating it with a hammer, and finally burning it all together. A day later, Blanca broke up with Chris, supposedly over the photo of him wearing his mom's underwear with the pickle man tricking into taping. The same day. I honestly don't even disagree. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still single either. Even my own mother. Oh, no. Aside from the understood fact, I feel that I'm truly in touch with my feminine side.
I'm not ready yet. My bags are full.
Beyond that, then there's a worldwide fan. At this point, Christian's popularity had significantly died down, and with it, a lot more disorganized trolls appeared. The only people left behind were stragglers interested in where this story would go next. These trolls who saw Chris's full potential and were keen on letting him slip away anytime soon. 2009 the year started out slow, with Chris doing very little besides continuing his work on the Astonishing episodes and his correspondence with the Astonishing Girls on IRC, which in reality consisted of multiple male trolls actively participating.
You can still use these.
Nearly autistic man in his late 20s. Honestly, the lengths people will go to do it for the vine are astounding, and sometimes funny and sometimes pathetic. On the 5th of January, Chris was contacted via email by none other than Shigeru Miyamoto, the game director behind most of Nintendo's video franchises. The troll behind this particular interaction was Clyde Cash, who later became the central troll of the saga. Chris felt Shigeru's dead, especially since a few days prior to this email, Clyde was already Tezuka, the general producer for Animal Crossing. Acting as if he wanted Animal Crossing. Clyde was multitasking. Other choice, Gator Straight, which will it be?
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Fake Quickie hair packets to sell on eBay. He had to make sure people knew video addressing the Emoto and showing his driver's license on camera. There's also
I'm not ready yet.
During this time, Chris hardly did anything besides using those IRC chats, interacting almost exclusively with trolls to a masochistic degree. Though a lot of it isn't worth getting into, as it's mostly just Chris voluntarily exposing himself to verbal abuse. At one point, Clyde and Panda, Chris's quote-unquote girlfriend at the time, cooperate to say that Clyde is Panda and that she's expecting a child. I would say that Chris tried to flat out ignore multiple people. Older Panda they didn't quite accomplish the goal because he reacted nonchalantly, even suggesting she should move in with Clyde since the child was going to need a father, going as far as to say Clyde had proven himself to be a good man after people were hacking his site to be willing to let Panda and the child move into his house. I can barely believe the word that's coming out of my mouth right now. For the majority of January, Chris fluctuated between wholeheartedly believing that Nintendo representatives were in direct contact with him and trying to set up a meeting, and being dubious of the whole thing and just admitting that the emails were once again the work of trolls. On the 22nd, Chris planned to leave Washington for the meeting, and after that, he spent a few days offline, which caused people to wonder if he managed to convince his parents to let him go there. 5 days later, he came back with another upload talking about how he spent the past few days with Shigeru Miyamoto, which confirmed that Chris had just been lying. Soon after, he admits to Clyde over emails that this video was a lie, and later on, makes this same admission publicly in the video. In it, he blames the deal falling apart on Reggie Fils-Aimé having an issue with a panty shot in Chris's PowerPoint presentation he made to pitch Sonichu, even implying that this meant Reggie was in some way opposed to heterosexuality. He also makes several references to seeing him in court, as if that was a remote possibility, though it was probably Chris's wishful thinking at work, trying to make himself seem important enough to warrant lawsuits from the top brass at Nintendo. A day later, Chris took the video down, retracting his statements and apologizing for this behavior, which I can only assume was some attempt to get back on Reggie and Shigeru's good graces. In a recorded conversation Chris had the same day, he mentions he often ponders what his life would look like if he was born a woman, saying that it would at least be better than his life was right now. It's during this time that another troll enters the fold, Blue Spike, a 13-year-old boy who uses high-pitched voice to pretend he was a girl called Julie, and this is possibly the most disturbing and horrible chapter of Chris least early on. While Clyde Cash stuck to tricking Chris into admitting he was gay, which is relatively harmless, Blue Spike went much, much further. Initially, the Julie Lark consisted of nothing but acting as a potential sweetheart. By the 13th of February, an audio had surfaced of Chris and Julie having what can only be described as furry phone sex, where Chris is Sonichu and Julie is a cat. I won't play the audio to spare you the psychological scarring that inevitably comes from it, but as Sonichu, Chris would like to use Julie's genitals, seems to have a lactation fetish, and can be heard manipulating a plastic cup at the end of his scholarship act. What's the plastic cup for, you might ask? Well, later on, Chris explains quite explicitly. I don't like to make a mess, so when I come, I have a clean plastic cup on my side, and I just make sure to put all my spit in the cup there. After recycle, I rinse the cup and dispose of it. I recycle my own spit because, you know, yes, I do masturbate. I'm not ashamed to admit it, and a lot of guys, I'm sure, I've done the same thing in their time. Anyway, I recycle it, so that way I don't lose any unborn children. Then I can still have a good number of good rounds. Maintain that by recycling it. Though personally, I've been getting sick of swallowing my own, so lately I've been disposing of it. Where to begin? So Chris spends 20 minutes creating while in character as Sonichu, having phones to a 13-year-old boy pretending to be an adult woman, pretending to be a cat furry. Just a few days later, it happened again, and this time, Blue Spike would notify other trolls that he'd be engaging in cyber sex with Chris, and they took this opportunity to make 4 calls with Bob, asking about Chris to try and cause Bob to walk in on it.
Nothing.
Give me that crap. Now what's going on?
Sam, you get out of here.
No, will not. People tell me that you're about to kill yourself on YouTube.
What?
What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything.
I mean, wake your mother up and find out?
No.
Then get out of here. Get off that internet.
Fine.
What is your trouble?
I'm not going to kill myself.
Get away from that TV.
Fine.
Get away from the internet. I'll cut you down. I'm
No.
not.
No.
Yes.
No.
What are you doing?
Don't do it then.
I'm going to shut this thing right down.
No.
Yes.
No. No.
Now, don't wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Okay? Don't wake your mother up. Don't bother me. Go and wake your mother up. You tell her what's going on. This thing is going to go down.
No.
Yes.
While initially this wouldn't succeed, the trolls began claiming that Chris posted a YouTube video threatening himself, which prompted Bob to run as fast as he could to where Chris was at, which was in the kitchen where the computer was. You can imagine how traumatic of a situation this was for all parties involved. Honestly, I understand that a lot of things that happened in the late 2000s and early 2010s only happened because the internet was a wildly different place, but this crosses multiple lines. Trolling Chris by telling him you're the original creator of Sonic 2 is one thing, but having cyber sex with someone as mentally debilitated as him borders on unspeakable. Besides, Blue Spike eventually said he was having phones with Chris pretty much every night. I mean, for what? What was the point in doing that exactly? And where were this kid's parents? How could he be motivated to do that at just 13 years old? And how could the other trolls be okay with this kid simultaneously subjecting himself and Chris to this hell? All of this is beyond unexplainable, and I don't know we're going to get an explanation. Bob managed to spare himself from ever knowing the full extent of what was going on that night, as when he walked in, Chris instantly stopped what he was doing. Understandably, having his sleep disturbed, he was mad at Chris and delivered the line he's probably the most famous for, "Get away from the internet, I'm cutting it down right now," which earned him the nickname the Lumberjack. Days later, another audio of this same kind was leaked, all the while Blue Spike continued to share his Skype conversations with Chris and everyone else. On the 20th of February, the results of another of Blue Spike's Julie antics became public. As some kind of private tantalizing display for her, Chris made love to his body pillow of Kimmy, filmed it, and emailed it to her. The video is 8 minutes long, and it's available on YouTube in audio format, though I doubt that anyone would be interested in suffering through it. It was originally uploaded to an adult website where it received over 3 million views. That's no small feat, seeing as I have a hard time cracking that number myself. If only Chris had the mind to use his autistic superpowers for good. But the abject cruelty is not over yet. In order to cover up the obviously deliberate leaking of Chris's tape, Julie claimed that the leaker was her abusive older brother, Max. Immediately following this new development in the Julie canon, a new narrative was created. Max had kidnapped Julie and took her to the headquarters of the Miscreants, the name for the group of trolls that Blue Spike was a part of. What he was planning to do with her was not clear, but the conclusion was that in order to save her, Chris would have to drive to Cleveland, Ohio. This Herculean task was mostly discussed in his IRC chat with the trolls, though at this point the line was being blurred between trolls and people who interacted with Chris and made genuine infatuation with him, even if coded in irony. While some people were all for pushing Chris to do this trick, trip, whether because they thought it would amount to anything beyond an inconvenience for him, or that he wouldn't do it at all and just pretend he did, or other people were becoming a tad more hesitant about this particular mission. The drive to Ohio would be 7 hours long, as Chris had to drive 400 miles. This was a cause for concern since, as you might have noticed, Chris is severely autistic and not quite the street-smart survivalist. If he were to encounter some serious trouble along the way, he certainly would not be able to fend for himself like a normal person. Additionally, an interstate car trip on the highway is a very different beast than driving around with a hometown to a mom's car, which was the totality of Chris's driving experience according to Bob himself. Another person with whom Chris discussed the trip to Cleveland, Ohio, was the co-founder of Soda Shoe Girls, Sarah May. In this conversation, Chris says, "I've been planning my trip to go to Cleveland to meet and escort to Virginia, Julie. I have received much support in the trip, not only from my online fans, including yourself, but also from God, Jesus, and the spirits of my Aunt Corinna, as I touched her hand before they closed her casket. Even these spirits from my past Western family members, who were buried in the same church, including my grandparents and my great-grandparents. I'm using money I got on my birthday for the trip. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I have a road map for Eastern USA, directions to Julie, and from MapQuest. I have set aside 6 pages of clothes, and I'm not informing my mother and father until the last minute with a note and photocopy of my printed directions and a portion of my road map with a marked path. Confidentially, I have about $45 in my bank, 16 in my wallet. My phone will be fully charged, and I am officially going to take it gas." On the morning of the 26th of February, precisely at 5:30, which is the exact hour that Chris was born, he left his Ruckersville home to head for Ohio, ignoring his parents' concern that this was some kind of elaborate patrol or state operation. Upon waking up and finding the note he left behind, Bob and Barb notified
What you know about the game,
about a
bro?
missing persons report. He feared that he would get
Yeah,
himself
look,
killed
1,
by the
2,
trip.
3, 4,
Right to
5,
Ohio
6,
was the
7,
most
8, 9, 10,
dangerous
11
from
skeletons.
passing a
I
toll.
could have a golem, but I want
Himself
to.
out of his own car. Luckily, someone else in the
Yeah, you can't have this many wolves.
You can't have that many wolves.
That's what I said.
His other
You can't.
stop on his way to saving Julie was to get a hamburger at a restaurant called Sonic. Eventually,
That'd be kinda
he
crazy.
random address given as back to Julie's
That'd be really cool
All he
because
found was a beat-up old house where an old black lady lived, with no sign of his sweetheart or her abusive brother.
Kobe. Hurry up.
After his safe return, he had one last conversation with Bruce, like, even after the trip.
Look at my skeleton thing. Oh, thank you. Give me that. Thank you. Please come again. You can hit it whenever you want. Yeah. Hurry up. You distracted me. Oh, just too down, nigga. I'm about to cut you off. Thank you, thank you.
Email and a login information of SonicShoe and RosaShoe.com. By threatening to sell
Good night.
eBay and send Julie back to Europe, which is where she came from according to the lore, Max gets Chris to do his bidding. The particulars of this begin mildly, having Chris declare Billy Mays, one of the other trolls, as
Billy Mays,
and have himself imprisoned. However, things are going downhill in a way that every other troll didn't expect and weren't okay with. In the middle of this hour-long torture session, Max begins demanding that Chris either burn the Sonic medallion or cut it up into pieces and introduce them into his blood. Throughout this entire ordeal, Blue Spike's psychopathic and inexperienced came off towards Chris as extremely off-putting, and the other trolls in the ravine telling him to stop what he was doing and to let him pass any line of evidence. Blue Spike would follow it up with telling Chris to burn his house down, which Chris immediately resisted against, and the other people on the call once again intervened. After all of that, Julie finally made an appearance, only to start telling Chris that she had something to tell him. Chris went along with it, only for Blue Spike to finally make her walk over to the field, stating that all of this time, Chris had been having phone sex with a 13-year-old boy. Chris reluctantly absorbed the information, while the now fully revealed Blue Spike accused him of communicating with the file, and that Chris Hansen would have him arrested. When Blue was about to start up another narrative about how Julie died in a wildfire, like many of Chris's other co-girlfriends, Clyde decides that enough is enough and chimes in an attempt to get Chris to understand what had just happened. He says, "Now you're going crazy, okay? You don't have to do the whole wildfire thing. Shut the hell up. Look, Chris, more things to life than your video screen. Your whole internet life has been a lie. There are no things about you. The best thing you could do is go outside for the love of God, okay? Shut up, Blue Spike. like he's been fooled so many times. What is this, the 9th time so far? You know how many people have told you this, that Blue Spike is a boy? I can't believe how many times. And you still believe. There are very few moments in history as grueling as this one. Thankfully, it seems Clyde's message got back to Chris, even if just a little bit. After being ill for a little while and asking for his fans to attack Blue Spike, Chris takes up contact with another girl named Emily, and on the 19th of March, he's chaperoned by his father for a date with Emily at the mall. Sure, she was also a troll who orchestrated the whole thing and planned ahead to wear a wire during the date to record it, but at least this time it would be in real life. The video of this incident is scant and Emily's face is obscured. However, we have the audio of the entire thing. From it, we learned that the whole thing lasted for a little over an hour, and that though the date was Chris's, it got completely hijacked by Bob, who began talking to Emily way more than Chris did. The date ends when a man dressed up in a pickle costume arrives at their table and invites Emily to go to the washroom meeting, which greatly disturbs and upsets Chris. Videos of Chris displaying his raw strength to attract possible mates.
Now we're watching a strong man lifting a very heavy office chair. The chair weighs a grand.
ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I cannot. I need more time. I need more time.
A day later, he makes a new channel called IBA Chandler and makes post titles and near public apologies where he tries to get forgiveness for his past actions of attacking his England. The real motivation for doing this was because his PSN kept getting hacked, and he was trying to appear contrite to get it back. However, the trolls noticed that Chris wasn't wearing astonishing medallion in the video, thinking Christianism meant that he wasn't being sincere. After more videos of Chris drinking came out, a picture of Chris with a lady surfaces on the B-board of 4chan. No little is known of her or the precise context of this image. Along with this shift in demeanor, the Christian classic Roland and Trolling comes out, which is widely seen as one of the more positive moments in the story. Chris displays some self-awareness about the fact that he's an online phenomenon for being who he is, and plays into the theory that he had been a troll all along. Though it's evident he's just pretending, Chris tries his hardest to sound like a normal guy in his 20s, with a regular voice instead of his usual high-pitched register, and no Shawnee medallion on. Even if he was coached into doing this, which he most likely was, the video shows that Chris is well aware he's an unusual guy, as he can approximate how an actual normal person behaves better than he expects. For a myriad of reasons, many people see this video as the canon ending to Chris's story. Little did he know that this little ruse of his was playing right into Liquid Chris's campaign. A couple of days after Roland and Trolling, Chris uploaded another video dispelling it because a troll threatened to cut off his disability checks due to his claims to have a job in his LARP as a band. After Liquid Chris posted his local stock merchandise convention, saw Solid Chris decides enough is enough and makes a video addressing his counterpart. In it, he derides the fact that Sonichu merch being sold at the convention was made out of paper, when he, the true and honest Chris fan, only ever makes medallions out of clay. As the embers of the conflict against Liquid Chris slowly grew into a raging fire, Solid battled to reclaim his PSN cup and hackers raged on. And he kept being coerced into making humiliating videos. One of these videos, which leaked to the V-board, contains Chris humping his PS3 while declaring Sony and PlayStation the winners of the console wars against Xbox and Microsoft. Approaching the end of July, Solid Chris posted a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling in Guitar Hero, which then prompted Liquid Chris to reply with footage of himself playing the same song, but on an acoustic guitar. People were taking Liquid Chris's side en masse to rile up Solid Chris, even making Virgin vs. Chad type meme images mocking the real Chris and acting as if Liquid Chris was the original one and the creator of Sonichu. This culminated in Solid Chris shaving his goatee in the aptly titled video. It took me weeks to perfect that goatee, but it will grow back, because for whatever reason that would prove that he is the authentic one, I guess. This isn't ever really explained, but of course it did nothing to sway the community in the comment section saying Liquid Chris was the real one to politically annoy him, so Solid continued to challenge Liquid to a battle on SingStar, which if you don't know is a competitive karaoke game for PlayStation. For most of the first half of August, they were squaring off for a total of 5 rounds. In his entry for the
I
third
cannot
round,
do that
Liquid
here.
Chris took advantage of the fact that Solid's online handle was IBA Chandler and decided to allege that his real name was Ian Brandon Anderson. This led every troll under the sun to instantly pack Solid's comment section with mentions of his narcissistic sensibilities. No matter how desecrated and disfigured the reputations and images of Quickie and Sonichu were, he wanted to get the attention he got, regardless of whether it was negative or positive. In order to preserve himself, pointing out that if Liquid Chris was the real one, he'd be a lot more challenged. And I'm paraphrasing here because Chris uses the R word to refer to himself. In the video where he does this, he claims that Liquid Chris is black dad and how black touch the task force to settle this matter once and for all. Approaching the middle of August, stay safe. Christopher Christian W. Campbell. Unfortunately for Chris,
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I cannot use that. I'm not ready yet.
Something like split personality disorder, and that his alter was a homosexual, asking to come out of the closet. For quite some time now, he had been talking to one of his gal pals about how he thought he had DID, which is a bad omen that his mental health started deteriorating again. In the middle of September, Chris finally registered Sonichu as his copyright property after around a decade of working on the project. He also puts up 2 of his Guitar Hero guitars for sale on eBay, which is a sign that he was either having to clear out his room or that he needed some money for whatever reason. Near the end of September, another of Chris's drawn leaked, this one of him having a foursome, which included a black girl, signifying that he's overcoming his racial issues in the past. Also, the girls with whom Chris is enjoying himself.
Oh, I got pants. Fuck yeah. Oh, they're terrible. Never mind.
Quiet month as Chris was putting his nose to the grindstone as far as work on Sonichu was concerned. October was full of interactions with trolls. On the 1st of the month, Barbara contracted colitis, and as soon as this news made it to Chris's online following, the telephone game turned that to AIDS, which upset Chris, prompting him to post it to YouTube in an attempt to dispel the AIDS rumors supporters, as well as to defend himself against allegations that he was gay for the umpteenth time. He also posted a comment under a clip of Megan from Family Guy. Megan has always looked good. Here, she is really hot. Even better than when she had a makeover. It's Steph will let her trying to be all over her feet in dress. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. This moment is not particularly important. I just wanted to share my pain with you guys quickly. Moving on from here, we have a deranged video of Chris wigging out and breaking things in his room, as well as throwing them at the camera. This bit of rage was most likely prompted by his conflict with Client Cash, which were still going on and developing into multiple threats and
I got a couple of leaks.
Later on in the month, Chris makes an attempt to blackmail suggesting that he may have some kind of
oh, this one inflicting bleeding on an enemy has up to a 46% chance to reduce the cooldowns of your skills by 1 second. Damage reduction from bleeding enemies. Okay, yeah, no, I'll work that.
I love skills.
Then I got pants. When you take damage from a non-physical damage type, you gain 9.8% maximum resistance to that damage type for 6 seconds. This effect can only apply to one damage type at a time. Wait, what the hell? Plus 22 to all stats, 5.8% movement speed, 0.5% maximum resistance to all elements. I mean, that's not too good, but what the hell? The second one says 22% resistance to all elements? It's 22.5%? Okay, nice. Plus 9.8% as well. Okay. That's really good. Gain 18% increased level hit chance. Bonuses from the walking arsenal, key passive or active.
I'm not ready yet.
So, the hammer I'm looking at, it says charge cost for 4 inches to charge, dealing 26% of normal damage. Sure, why not?
I will fully approve the continued audiobook videos and sales for the
I need more time.
telling him to get new pages. Even if you frequently fail. Another thing Disney is pushing to do is start taking and responding to was as erratic as ever. defense to that concept, as if people who suffer from Asperger's are somehow trying to attract attention away from autistic people. Autism Stolen Valor. He takes this seriously enough to write an entire article about it. Good day. I, Christian Winston Chandler, of Sound Mind and I apologize for all offensive remarks I'll be making in the statement. Asperger's is nothing at all like autism. I have stated this fact over and over in my replies to messages from people who tell me otherwise. I feel very sick and tired of hearing that. Only to use them to display gay ads. This complaint only served to make the problem worse, as the gay ads that were on the website were removed, only to be replaced by more gay ads, along with images of pickles to terrorize Chris even further. Besides this, the video also has an ad
I need more time.
non-consensually making love from the perspective of the animal. Not I haven't met such
I need more time.
trying to do the same thing Vivian was doing. Make Chris productive and care more about working on Sonichu and not letting it rot away. On the 2nd of March, Chris took to his Twitter to say this. My father went to the hospital last night at 3 a.m. with a case of congestive heart failure. He will be back out in a couple of days, but I have had a long, stressful day. I only got 4 hours of sleep. I will resume daily updates after this week, redrawing on the last few pages of book 10 are in the works, so Alec, his crew, and I can be up to better stories and are more canon to all things Sonichu and Rosashu. Currently, daily updates will mostly consist of mailbag answerings, file page creations, captain blog updates, etc. What else and also, thank you go out to all who have sent me positive emails and U.S. mail letters, cards, and presents with opposite feelings towards a few who sent me offensive, graphically inappropriate fan art. In the update that followed this announcement up, Chris said that Bob had made it through safely and was no longer in danger. However, if this event didn't have enough of an impact on
kingly link. Use it well.
Because of an oversight while making his little big
Well.
Chris interacted with it. When the troll picked up on it and immediately contacted her with all the defamatory information on Chris that the CWC media can offer. Her response was to tell him
The forge is ready for whatever you
go
need.
after her and bother her, it'd be his fault. His reaction was
God damn another story when you try to hurt my friends and get them involved like you've been doing.
after some back and forth, as Chris tried to do the same thing as he did with Megan and placate her, just enough so that she'll overlook his blatant boundary violation, Chris decides to send her a letter with a response. Sorry, I won't be able to make it. Besides, I wouldn't want to go if you weren't going to be there. And I'm not going to a thing next week because I don't want to deal with you. By the way, that letter, don't do that again, ever. I wasn't even impressed with your little dance. I threw it away. Not only that, I was pissed when you said that we had been going out for a month and a half. First of all, I never agreed to anything of the sort. Second, I would never date you. You're not my type. Also, if you want me to stay safe, then you would leave me alone. From phone, email, and mail. I don't want to hear from you ever again. You hear me? And who cares if you're a f***ing acoustic virgin? I'd rather have my best friend's boyfriend take me first because I trust him than you. Besides, I'm a so there's no hope for you, at least from me. Not only that, not even a chief would want your small inside of her. Neither would I. Pretty aggressive as far as put down Joe, but given how things were with Megan, it was probably for the best. Because of these compounded negative feelings,
You want work done? Let's get started.
a day and a half to talk about Family Guy. Mind you, during this whole time, little to no work was being done on Sonichu. Vivian, who up until this point was trying her best to be supportive and helpful, into giving up on Chris on email, she says, something you don't care about. You hadn't reached out with anything. You're just playing video games and pretending you're actually putting effort into something. You've shown zero intention of actually updating. A week ago you said you might update, but then you do nothing. You told me like 2 days ago you would, and you still haven't done anything. How hard is it to do anything? You probably spend like 5 hours a day just watching TV and playing video games instead of actually doing anything productive. I'm still offering to take Sonichu off your hands. After this, their communications slowly died down and eventually stopped altogether. For the month of June, Chris's drinking once again perked up as he began attending Fridays after 5, a kind of block party festival that takes place in Charlottesville. He's actually been cited multiple times attending it, sometimes dancing, sometimes writing, swamp woman blazing over it, and last but not least, mysteriously walking around with a hula hoop under his arm, an account of a second disease. He was wearing a bright orange sleeveless shirt with what looked like a beer logo on the back and holding a Budweiser aluminum bottle, a little mini family that looked like an iPod, and a hula hoop for some reason. Most importantly, he had a sort of basic attraction sign with him, nothing elaborate or directly sexual, but it said something like friendly and flirty man zone or something similar to that, and with more smaller text under that I couldn't make out. He was sitting on the back grass part and left me before the the hula hoop. I bet it was funny as hell. Following one of his attendances to Fridays after 5, Chris goes to a bar and drinks by his lonesome until a brilliant idea is okay to visit to the gameplay. He decided to try and take pictures of the manager, Mike, using a dartboard. That's the story that Chris told in this video about this anyway. I think according to Michael, the police and an unnamed woman, he was taking pictures not of Mike, but of his daughter. Chris alludes to this himself as he admits that the police made him delete pictures, and if they had just been taking with Mike, there really wouldn't have been any reason for him to do so. Regardless of whether he went there for Mike or his daughter, Chris certainly went above and beyond the call of duty. After police were called on him for trespassing on private property, Chris tried to make a run for it, and on the way out, he tried to run Mike over his legs, as well as the unnamed woman once. Of course, Chris's retelling renders this as Mike and the woman jumping on the hood of his car to make him look bad. When the police showed up, he still tried to run away. Due to his very limited getaway driver skills, he was stopped by the cops. their interrogation of him, he immediately breaks into a monologue about how internet trolls really are. It's safe to say it didn't take very long for the cops to figure out that Chris was mentally challenged. They decided against arresting him, settling for having him deleted photos. Speaking of the trolls, Christian decides to one up them instead of having his mediums of communication be hacked by them. He takes the initiative to infiltrate the trolls. At least that's what Chris believes. In actuality, the trolls set up a fake forum and made it look like it was their main hub for planning out the next attack against Chris. Falling for it, hook, line, and sinker, Chris made an account on the forum under the alias of GT Jenkins, followed with a truly bizarre introductory poem. My real name is Junior Jenkins. Scooby-Doo was the inspiration behind me, Jenkins. Lol. I had a birthday party recently on the 16th of July, so now I'm 15. I couldn't celebrate.
I'm doing it, Nomad. I'm level 42. Very slowly.
It is cool because they won't rat me out to my parents and siblings. Like I need another damn minute with those assholes. Cool overlooking me. And a better part of the house is across the street from Chrissy's house. Sadly though, the blinds to the bedroom are always closed. But I still get some sight of them in the family out of their house. I've arrived at my new home a few days ago on the 20th. I'll be spending my sophomore year and so on in Green County High School. I promised I'd write my gal back in Boston. Well, what happens here, she doesn't have to know. I'll have to make some new friends come September, but I'll be cool. I miss none. I'll also miss my favorite duo of dudes, Jerry and Dino. They taught me the ropes of high school life. They were both picked too. I looked up to them. Like I would have my older sister who was at the grad. They were a gay couple, and they respected me as a friend only. I made my final realization I was not gay with the help of Jerry, my girlfriend, Lisa. Sweet little took me with gratitude on my 14th birthday. She had a few exes from middle school, and her mom was a bondage to me. What? Before then, I had a gay experience in summer camp when I was 7. My bunkmates were experimenting and made me their mofo unnamed gay pig. I was blindfolded during the entire thing. I can't read this. I seriously can't read this. The next part is basically like a gay erotica that Chris is describing from the summer camp child. I guess it didn't actually happen because this is the perspective of this troll who he's like making out to be gay. So with that, I was able to move forward feeling more confident in my orientation. Anyway, after moving here, I've studied the times of exits and entries from a camp like that, so looking for a pattern. There was definitely one with Robert, morning for breakfast at PK, and afternoon outings to out of there. Barbara appears to come out mostly either in the afternoon or night, sometimes in the morning. And Chris has no set pattern as far as I can tell yet, but I'll post new stuff as I learn. Somewhere, hopefully there is some photographs of Chris, and I'm really saying, tell you later, Junior Jenkins. I'm actually speechless as to this. I know I avoided reading a bunch of it and looking up for yourself, but it's basically like summer camp erotica written by Chris. What the f*** is this post? It makes sense for him to make the 12 characters playing kind of games around about attacking, but the amount of detail he goes into is beyond disturbing. Did Chris just post like CP erotica? Did any of this happen to him? Is he telling someone else's story? Did he witness this? I have a lot of questions. I mean, since the forum was a honeypot to begin with, and they knew from the beginning that Jenkins was Chris, how did the trolls feel when reading this? I don't think I want to know the answer to most of these questions, to be honest, but it does leave a lot to the imagination, so to speak. Something Chris did not do. All of his other posts with Jenkins are relatively normal, but that one was more than sufficient to dump buckets of fuel to the already raging fire of rumors that Chris was secretly gay. Around the same time, Alex, the guy behind Password 2, was running the usual pretend sweetheart program on Chris through emails, and as their conversations drifted into the topic of sex, Chris messaged him this way. I've had the question of fantasies posted to me before, and there are a few. One is having in a swimming pool, and the dream I had is being lost in the waterfall labyrinth where I was intercepted by a woman who made out of my I am game breaks, as long as you're my partner, and you wore a strap on and use your butt plug in me, as long as it is not this big. I would also like oral sex, swing sets, pole dancing, me, you, or both at once, three-way with 2 women, role play, others I can't remember right now. Feel free to suggest other topics, and I'll let you know if it's cool with me or not. It's not gay as long as it's not a shit, a quote to live by. Also, though it doesn't see who would be the body shame him, the only way Chris pole dances is if the pole is roughly the diameter of the fire hydrant. Another email suggesting he also admits that he applied to an escort service, asked out cars, and sent his ad up on escorts.com under the name of Carlos Santer, but never managed to score one single client. He's not managing to get with girls for free. Why does he think he succeed at being paid for it? According to Chris, his attempts to an escort wasn't necessarily the actual need for one messaging podcast. But because he's in debt, in more emails he explained that he has just one credit card, and then he owes $720 on it. Though he's only paid $50 on it monthly, which means that the interest rate would prevent him from ever being that great. GameStop so he could buy even more games. Truly hopeless. On top of that, every month he buys a $50 PSN.
Been there before. I'm actually played that.
I need more time. more time.
someone can do is an insult, and yet you still get people who don't like you act on it. Someone is disrespecting you because they don't like your audience.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
This could have, and in my opinion, should have been a major turning point in Chris' story. Despite his obvious learning disability, it was an opportunity to turn his life around. And when someone was bluntly honest with him about the current conditions of his life and what he needed to do to change it, Jackie was not kind to him, but she was honest. And if anything, that's what he needs. That's what a lot of people need.
I cannot do that here.
Public silence, the conversations with Jackie continued, though they didn't become public until much later. In January, mental health was also began to deteriorate, as he essentially expresses that due to how fragile their familial unit is, given financially, emotionally, every other day, he no longer wants to continue living. Within a month of this, Chris showed himself to be for a jackass about. Besides his now private PSN, Chris was exclusively communicating with email and no longer socializing online. This also marked an entire year of absence.
I need more time.
Gary, 2012 was a present with no YouTube upload. However, there's one glaring exception to this uneventful. It's just a weird
You there? Please, help us get out of here.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Which is a little too close for comfort to assume water is cool, if you get what I'm saying. And only bought more and more paraphernalia. He just kept around and never got Because of this, an unusual amount of electrical devices were plugged in or near the bathroom. One of these things was a coffee brewer, which had an extension cord leading up to the door of the
I'm not ready yet.
What the
I could
fuck?
push the head into the hole, but it was really smelly in there, and I have just bathed. Oh my god. Oh my god.
My question
The wall
is,
is I can walk like this. It is that long. And to take an opportunity, you and a lot of women around here, wherever, not counting the charity women, are really missing out. Thank you for listening to Keeping It Confidential. On second thought, I gave you permission to tell other women about it, only if you feel it's valid for the conversation. Just when you thought that Chris couldn't be any more of an elegant gentleman, he's now practicing a road. He's like some psychological complex, and he didn't want to pay himself all the way back when he created the Crystal character. And now it's come full circle. However, through some unimaginable mental acrobatics, he remains homophobic, struggling to consider being known to the legitimate category of LGBT acronym because of his feelings towards them. Another explicit morsel of Chris's gender expression is used, and I quote, unclick. You may be wondering, Tom, what crafty and horror beyond human comprehension are you talking about? Well, I'll let Chris explain. I had something done to me that is radical, that I did for my lesbian soul. I got a new piercing on my skin on Monday the 15th. I love what my spirit could be if I was a woman. It is a short, steel-shaped piece with steel spears, of which I rendered to them as my uncle. I intended to participate personally in daily baths and showers, as well as cleaning the area with rubbing alcohol twice a day. I, Christian Leslie Taylor, was no longer outside opinion from anyone. I've long been thinking about getting a piercing on my feet, and it feels fear from where my first to see if I was more female. In my sole identity as a female, and alleviated as a fair substitute for that, and a stimulating the woman's Chris to be a cigarette. Years ago, after watching a lesbian couple serving each other in the sophomore movie, The East. And to make sure everyone understands me once and for all, lesbian soul trapped in a male body. Or to put it another way, I am a lesbian transgender. I am spiritually into women. Males offend me, even my own some of the girls put me out. I'm glad that I thought that it was my team, so I don't have to look down at the lesbian hole. I have come out as the lesbian transgender that I've always been, and ever will. And for everyone of you thought to continue to label me as a male or female, anything that I do is distinctly cast, you can all get my opinion out of my soul. You might have noticed that I deliberately expunged parts of his or misses for my house, but no low fetuses, but I wouldn't punish my worst enemy with that information, so consider yourself lucky. Also, I'm really concerned about that. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be rubbing alcohol or basically piercing, but again, without both of those things later, it's wrong. There's no topping the fact that you chose to pierce his cranium. The words and piercing shouldn't even be in the same sentence. And here we are, Christian. Once again, Chris gets roped into dating an online troll. This time it was an open relationship that included Chris, Catherine, and another guy, Colin. Because of his plethora of bad past experiences with purely online dating, there was a lot more riding on going on an actual real-life date. And eventually...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
I call fighters the goods are mine.
I need more time.
culprits had done a lot worse than I had imagined they would, as well as learning that they were the so-called manager of that particular store. I had no idea of the in the state of Virginia at all, and I had tried the stuff on myself days before in the upstairs bathroom. A 2-second spray onto my left wrist, some of it got into the bathtub wall as well, like sampling a perfume or deodorant. I had to open the windows, turn on the bathroom fans, and aim the box fan in the bathroom to air the place out. And I wiped the wall off as well. And of course,
and I have like 4 unique items on them.
I thought you were gonna say dead.
When I hit an enemy with a certain weapon 4 times, I summon Dust Devils. When I charge into enemies, I summon 4 spirits. That also like knocks them the fuck out. And then I still have the vampire effect. Surprisingly, he's still alive.
I need more time.
Barb looks interesting. What can I really say? I have so many fucking porn-related things on my character. I mean, you ain't wrong.
fast approaching. In his DMs with one of the enablers of the Neptunian delusions, he says, "This is seriously, strictly confidential. I genuinely do not want this to get on in public ears or radar, especially anywhere on freaking TV bars. I have been working with positive information, but easier and more probably than recent public. But the more recent
Oh, she did? Really? She made the first move?
It's worth noting I have a dedicated video about Isabella Yankee, which was released as of the time all this went down, which is pretty easy to find and goes into more depth about her. As soon as this call was made public, Mel was
Wouldn't have made it without me.
I'm not ready yet.
Bless you.
I'm not ready yet.
Separated from our Lord by such a circumstance as a vehicular accident in August 2021, followed by a most paradoxical death from emotional depression and trauma. Wednesday, November 20th,
My savior!
Barbara was in the van and got hit by a tractor trailer truck. The van is totaled, but Barbara survived and continues to live with positive emotions and greater divine protection by the power and
My savior!
from that soul. So now he refers to the donations as tithes and the house of the Sonichu Temple. For a period of about 2 years, there was peace as Chris got settled behind bars.
more time.
As a society, but as with everything in this timeline. The developers feel that a fighting game
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Shaver Pro. I've been using this thing for about a week now, and honestly, I've been really impressed by how well it works. It's got 5 premium rotary blades. With Manscaped's new Flex Adjust technology, you can see kind of contours and curves of the skin, and then you can shave way closer and way faster. It's got Manscaped's Steam I like this. Manscaped.com. Pick up the Dome Shaver Pro and the Dome Soother. Plus free shipping. That's 20% off plus international shipping with promo code JMPROM at Manscaped.com. Trust me, your scalp will thank you. So the first example I want to talk about is Dan Ladder 5. This is what even gave I think I've ever seen in a fighting game. So in Street Fighter 5, it was discovered that he actually had an infinite, which is kind of crazy. In Street
a warrior. One of my better pieces. Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
town.
Why not?
The wind. The next will be better. The wind, fine quality. Well done. Maybe you can sell it.
My skill is unmatched. You'll see. Good salvage.
Not while I'm in town.
You need steelwork? Repairs?
Not while I'm in town.
Ah, a warrior. How may win favor, my friend?
Stay on the path. Such poor equipment. Let me help. Do you feel it? Wind favor you.
Fuck.
ready yet.
So technically, darn strong. Because this move reaches so far, you can do really nasty stuff like poking with this move and then throwing a sonic bomb after to help you close the gap. You know, you can do a block string, end it with this move, and still be able to throw out a sonic boom. So yeah, having this really long-range normal combined with the ability to store up charge and throw sonic booms was pretty ridiculous. So eventually, way in the far-off future of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, but I needed to explain it to you guys. So technically, the Infinite is still in the game. It still does work. I'll try to the best of my ability to do it here, but at some random point in the Infinite, you are going to have to stop the combo because you're going to get that red fireball that knocks down. So what I like about this is, you know, you can still swag on the opponent if you get that perfect opportunity to do a really amazing combo. You can still go for the infinite, it's just not going to be a true infinite anymore. You're just going to do a handful of reps, and then you can end it with something cool like a super or an uppercut or something like that. I just feel like it shows that around the end of Street Fighter V life cycle, around the last season, they were really in their bag. They were really doing
I need more time.
This was not the first time that a character was nerfed by giving them a red fireball. So for you, in Street Fighter Alpha 2, has probably the best fireball in the game. One of the reasons for this is, when he does his heavy punch fireball, if you do it from far away, it's just normal. It just acts like a normal fireball with really good properties. It's very fast startup and recovery. But if you do it from up close, it will actually knock the opponent down. It will kind of automatically trigger that burning knockdown effect if you do it close enough to the opponent. Once you get to that range, it goes back to the state of the fireball. You can even see when the fireball first leaves his hand, there's like one frame where you can kind of see it's red. So that's the visual indicator that the fireball is going to catch on fire. So this is really amazing for footsies. You know, you can use this fireball as a poke, get a random knockdown, and then go for like mix-ups afterwards, which is not a privilege that the other fireball characters have. And this actually helps with one weakness that fireballs have, which is that if you shoot a fireball too close to the opponent, it can actually be punished. So even on block or on hit, fireballs can be unsafe if they're too close. But this is not the case when you use heavy fireball, because no matter how close you are to the opponent, you're in this red fireball knockdown range, so you're going to get a knockdown. So this one is never unsafe on hit. However, in the updated version of this game, Alpha knockdown on hit, meaning you have to be a little bit careful about using this move. Instead, so his normal fireball still has
I need more time.
darn strong because this move reaches so far. And still be able to throw out. So yeah, having or guard and throw sonic moves was pretty ridiculous. So eventually, way in the far-off future of Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, that got a new standing heavy punch. You can even see it's like one of the moves in this game that is ultra animated with a ton of input and mess up your combo. So I don't know if this is actually the case, but it seems to be the case because there's not much other use for this move. It doesn't really help your combos in any way. It nerfs your combo damage a lot because of all the hits. So this is maybe a little bit of like an urban legend or a little bit of fan lore, but I'm going to go ahead and agree with the sentiment that Swiss cheese is intended to be a bad move that you accidentally get because you're just mashing too much into your combos. So you got to be careful when you're playing Wolverine so you don't accidentally get this move. Except, well, actually, I know some of you are probably saying that Swiss cheese has an infinite. Guys, check this out. You can see this is in full 320p quality or whatever. Wolverine has a Swiss cheese infinite, guys. Unfortunately, this was patched out of the game very, very quickly after it was discovered. I think it only lasted like a month. But hey, at least for a brief shining period, Swiss cheese had an actual use in the game, but not anymore. You know, while we're on the subject of Marvel 3, there's a few other moves that I think could fit for this video. One is the She-Hulk. So She-Hulk, in original Marvel vs. Capcom 3, was considered a very strong character, but she got a lot of nerfs in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, including the addition of this new move, where she swings the light pose and wall bounces you. Like, okay, this move is maybe arguably has some use, but it is generally a move you don't use that much other than some really specific combos. And the big issue in this move is that throwing is done by being close to the opponent and pressing forward
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
So, unfortunately, with Ryu, they gave him a new super move in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, where the input is down, down, 2 punches. Down, down, 2 punches, and yeah, you evade that by alternating. Then they got new specials that you just do by accident.
ready yet. I need more time.
There aren't even that many of them in the game. I mean, like, any crouching kick basically does not count. It has to be like a mid horizontal kick. I didn't even think
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
perspective, Super Smash Bros. Thankfully doesn't sacrifice depth for simplicity, and it's safe to say that Sakurai succeeded in terms of its simple-to-learn.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Legend was born. The gameplay of Smash Bros. Is different from other fighting games. It's incredibly easy to comprehend. Even if the 3 other players are on the stage, get knocked off the stage, you lose a stock. The more damage you take, the easier it is to get knocked off. The last fighter standing, or the one with the most knockouts within the time limit, reigns supreme. Elements of the stage can interfere with the fight. Items randomly scatter across the battlefield. If you choose to not turn them off completely, it becomes effing nuts. Before we blast into the match, let's read it to a character selection. 8 fighters playable from the get-go, 4 more pummeling in after playing the single-player mode under certain conditions. The starting roster screams Nintendo. There's no debating that. Everybody has purpose here, and nobody feels like an odd inclusion. But then when we take into consideration the 4 unlockable ones, whoa. I mean, Luigi, yeah, he makes sense to be in a Smash game. Jigglypuff, a Pokemon with popularity, but in terms of being included in the first Smash Brothers game, who's considered to be a big Nintendo character to be represented as 1/12 of them. And then we have Captain Falcon and Ness. Who the f***? Captain Falcon and Ness are much more obscure than the other characters today. They were still a part of series that were considered Nintendo staples. Sure, Captain Falcon was like the least recognizable part of F-Zero at the time, and Ness was from Assault Classic RPG, but still, you gotta have more obscure characters in your fighting game. The unlockables usually included due to ease of programming, like Luigi's just a straight up clone Mario, Jigglypuff repurposed Kirby's model, Captain Falcon repurposing the original models from the Dragon King prototype, and Ness is a mystery. He didn't seem easier to program compared to the other characters. Whatever, I'm happy he's here. And overall, the roster of Smash Bros. 64 has the lowest percentage of stuff not happy with this Smash Bros. Roster of the entire series. There's really no filler, no oversaturation of any series. Everything makes sense and blends together perfectly here. So I like the roster, but how did the characters play? The Smash Bros. Series nowadays has always impressed me with how creatively they turn the characters into a fighter and run in as many references and callbacks to their series origins as possible. A character in Smash truly feels like you're playing that character. Smash 64, not fun. You have a fair amount of moves that correlate with their games and what they've done in the past, and then you have your typical everyday Donkey Kong where it feels like a developer said, oh, pretty yes, I'm giving me a moveset based around that. Not as much fan service as other games. Loads of moveset which is made up for Smash Brothers and have no origin based on the character's games. It's why by the time we get to Smash Brothers for 3DS and DS, you can definitely tell it's been in the series for longer. While the new characters have incredibly creative and unique playstyles, Donkey Kong has some fun things. If you go down to the data section and click on characters, you can see quick little bios on everybody, plus see what games they hail from, which is a precursor to the trophy system in future games. I have to say, I always struggle with the works section to pick some random honking game to card already. Like Mario Kart game. Mario 3D World 64. I'm getting anxious just thinking about it. Also, Pikachu has a vastly different bio compared to the other characters. An excerpt from the Pokedex. That would be fine, but the other Pokemon in the game, Jigglypuff, has an actual bio. It feels like they almost forgot Pikachu and quickly slammed this in there. Alright, enough of the dawdle sesh. Let's get into a match, and oh god, this feels wacky. Not bad, it's just, in my opinion, it doesn't feel as good and definitely a bit off compared to the other games in the franchise. Whenever I'm off the stage, man, I start fidgeting in my seat like it's so unnerving. Always feels like it's up in the air whether I'm gonna die or not. Also, look at this. Those are definitely polygons, there's no doubt about that. It's obviously the very first in the series, but it's still Smash Brothers. The multiplayer monsoon we know of today, you can still garner quite a bit of this sucker. Items randomly appear on the battlefield, these can be loads of fun. There's not a ton in the game, but we have Pokeballs, Bob-Ombs, the hammer from Donkey Kong, and the iconic Punch. If you're a total freak, you can turn off the items, which I prefer doing in the Smash games. I'm actually somewhat confident. Well, for Smash 64, crank those bad boys up, man. I can do all of this game. I'm afraid of good matches to make it one time and done. Of course, none of this matters if the stages are lame-o. And Smash 64 has nothing but decent to great stages. None of them are annoying to play on for me. None of them have bad layouts. They all have really fun here and there that you can totally avoid if you know what you're doing. Since there's only 9, might as well go through them all. Peach's Castle, not one of my favorites. I always found the design of this one to be really odd. What is Peach's Castle and we're battling on top of the matchup geometry? I guess canonically, since the characters are toys, the stages are filled out of random objects from the childhood. The intro shows itself, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to dive too deep into this. Congo Jungle, a fun one. I like that here. Hyrule Castle, definitely prefer to the Peach's variety. I really like this stage. It has loads of fun areas to duke it out in. I think the layout looks really high. It looks super rudimentary, even for the Nintendo 64. Planet Zephyr, it's alright. He definitely comes up and spells disaster to those who can't grasp the concept of jumping. Yoshi's Island.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Simple one. Whiskey Whiskey blows either left or right from time to time, but it rarely affects me quite. Accuracy, a really fun stage. I love that you can traverse the entirety of the Great Fox. Another ship comes down and blasts up the piss out of you sometime, though. What unfortunate. Saffron City. What a stage. You can usually just fight on the bigger platforms if you don't want any stage experiences, or you can hop over to this little doorway and nightmare great on the parade. You can also unlock the Mushroom Kingdom stage based off the original Super Mario Brothers. A lot of really cool stages here. Now I'm talking as much about the multiplayer of this game as I possibly can, which you can play alongside computer-controlled opponents if that lifestyle interests you. But what if you want to play Smash Brothers on yourself?
Great. It's in your passion, your perseverance. It's in every challenge you face and overcome. It's never.
Well, let's mosey on over to the single-player department. As you can see here, we have a wide variety of mode. There's one single-player mode here, and it's what the series would later call Classic Mode. A series of fights and mini-games testing your strength. The problem with this mode is that the fights are the exact same every time. The first fight is with Link. The target test involves a platform. They're just messed up models of all the characters in the game. And then, Master Hand, the one behind all of this, the main boss of the series. And then after defeat, we get this little ditty. Thanks, that truly makes me feel traffic. Go, credits go, and repeat. Speaking of the music, it's alright. You get a lot of iconic tracks, but with that Nintendo 64-tastic sound. I gotta be honest, there's not much else I can say about this one. It's more so interesting to look back on rather than play nowadays. That's not to say it's a bad game, far from it. It's just that we have far better and more accessible Smash Brothers games to play nowadays. And with every entry in the series expanding upon the concept of the first game and being a better version of this game, there's not much reason to go back to Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64, outside of seeing where it all began or simply the waste that happened there. After a few hours, we've basically seen everything this one has to offer. In the end, I have so much respect for this entry, and the multiplayer is still fun to this day. Single player wise, it doesn't have too much going on, but so did other fighting games at the time. It's passable. all started, but you're better off playing the games that came after it. They just all improved upon the foundation and offered more refined gameplay. What they didn't have this time. Seriously, what's not everybody's.
My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own.
I need time to do that. I need more time. I need more time.
Additions were nice, but a bit disappointing. We only got 8 brand new characters, the majority of which hail from Marvel. Not a ton of variety, but all is forgiven when you see the sheer amount of what else Melee brought to the table. The stage selection has been amped up to the highest degree. 29
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
It's like an event. You find these things. You don't just play through the adventure mode and bada boom, all characters. So it looks a bit outdated in that aspect. Models are all already smooth, and it's just the biggest step up from Smash 64. Also, the music has been ramped up like crazy. Orchestra pieces, remixes aplenty, so much crammed into this one. But Melee introduces one of my favorite things in the series, the trophies. Throughout the game, you can collect random trophies or earn points from playing that you can spend on a lottery mini-game to have some. The trophies not only span the series of playable characters in the game, but so many of Nintendo's other franchises, games exclusive to Japan, games that haven't even come out at the time. It turns into a crash course in Nintendo history, a museum. It gives incentive to play more, and it's just fun to ogle the trophies of other characters, items, or settings, read the description, see where the trophy originated from. This involves in the character body. One of the best things Melee introduced to the series, in my opinion. Remember the first game and its 20 Pokemon mode? Well, it's a sequel, literally 12 lifetime content mode into the single player and multiplayer. Let's take a quick look at the single player first off. Classic mode is the evolution of the one single player mode from the first game. You go through a series of fights with some mini games thrown in there, break the target.
Until next time.
Smash Brothers. The major difference in classic mode now is that it's randomized. You go through a different series of fights each time with different opponents on different stages. It really does wonders to the replayability as it keeps things super fresh each playthrough. Classic mode ends things off with a final battle against Master Hand, plus his wacky Uncle Crazy Hand this time around if you played on normal difficulty or higher with no continues. But hold on there, because we have another mode in the form of Adventure Mode. Everybody goes on about how awesome this thing is. You traverse the Mushroom Kingdom, explore the dungeons of Zelda, escape Brinstar. It highlights one of the coolest aspects of the Smash Brothers series, seeing a character from one franchise in the world of another. While I love the concept of Adventure Mode, I gotta be honest, this thing just ends up feeling like a complete missed opportunity. Like, the first few areas are legitimate worlds to go through, but then we just end up fighting 3 messes on the on-net stage and fight a bunch of Kirby's on the green stage. It just kind of loses its steam as it goes on. It just feels like more classic mode. This one ends things off with a battle against Bowser. You're not kidding, it introduces Giga Bowser appearing at the end, and that's like how Crazy Hand appears in classic mode, beating the mode on normal or higher with no continue.
How can I help?
You have to beat it under 18 minutes. If you don't
come back if you need the force.
Single player mode. Unlocked after all characters are unlocked. All-Star mode. This is a gauntlet where you're tested with fighting every single character on the roster without knowledge. That reduce your damage to 0, so you have to make the decision if this is the moment you totally bliss out and recover your damage, or just run and risk your life just to finish the regular single player
I need time to do that. ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. Something rots this place. That must be here for a reason. I should see if there are more like it.
Just you was unaware.
light shooting from the center. Just seems like composition of this shot is mesmerizing.
Let's go!
Jesus Christ, we're treated to a relatively long loading screen. This always killed me back in the day. Blam, Brawl's intro. What can I say? This thing is cool. A lot of people completely dismiss this intro due to Melee's being the absolute cream of the crop, and while I'm not going to disagree entirely, I'm going to defend Brawl's right quick. The Brawl's intro is a compilation of CGI cutscenes from the game's adventure mode and random shots of gameplay. People have complained that it's not a coherent intro that was animated with the purpose of being an intro. Like Melee's. I smell a counterpoint. Melee's intro still has shots that very rarely connected to each other. Here's Metroid. Here's Zelda. Here's Yoshi. Like, it was basically random shots of these characters, and Brawl's is the same thing, except these shots were also used elsewhere in the game. Melee's intro had gameplay randomly cut in too. Most of these are former people act like this. I wish Brawl's intro like loser for saying this intro isn't that bad. Like, the final shot is just the Houndbird flying. To quote the 11th commandment, that is not how you end an opening movie for Brawl. People also dislike how the announcer doesn't reach Super Smash Bros. Brawl in the title. Alright, I'll give you that one. It's already broke up and bone in my ear. I'm glad we take
Bless you. My savior.
the game is much slower than Melee, which makes the game much less interesting competitively.
I need more time.
It's supposed to be easier to pick up. Why? However, that shouldn't be the reason for considering this a bad game. Many Smash Brothers fans still claim that the one-step plan on how to make a Super Smash Brothers Brawl is that this game still has a lot to love about it, and because of the easier mechanics, we have so many more Smash Brothers fans. It has its problems, but it's not going to be completely tossed to the side due to its gameplay changes. It made it more accessible for people and created new fans.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I cannot. I cannot. I'm not ready yet.
Now 2 games are listed for character appearances when applicable, and the console the game was on is represented too. You can never say Brawl isn't worth the money. You can arrange them in any way you want, twist and turn them all around, it's a power trip. Of course, if you want trophies, you're going to have to try your hand at the mode that separated the men from the boys. They use the coins earned throughout the game as bullets to snap trophies and stickers. We're also trying to get rid of all this trash. Nothing will ever be as stressful as seeing a trophy you need appear at the very top, but these metallic spheres decide to be metallic spheres and God! To waste so many coins on a trophy that you ended up already having, nothing makes me want to trudge back to the Wii menu more than that. I always found it so cool that Brawl had a decent amount of content that wasn't fighting based. Speaking of which, stickers! Wait for Sakurai to say, what are you all bitching about? This was already in Smash Brothers. Basically, stickers were random pieces of art you could collect from tons of different games. Back in the day, I didn't even know the stickers were here for you to stick onto your character in the Subspace Emissary for stat boosts. I just thought they were fucking stickers. You make little collages and stuff. It was a lot of fun to do. Now, if you want to talk modes that will make your local 11-year-old Scott Wozniak squee look no further than Stage Builder. You can now build your own Smash Brothers stages. That's amazing. I did this. The Stage Builder is very limited, and while that can lead to some out-of-the-box thinking and thus some cool ideas, the novelty of making your own Smash Brothers stages wears thin pretty quickly here. The themes, items, and terrain you can choose from are all just super generic, which doesn't make much sense when you can choose any background music from the game to play on your stage. Why can't I play Kirby music on this stage that has no Kirby themed elements on it? It would have been cool to have some Mario, Zelda, Metroid, or Kirby franchise type items or enemies to pop onto the stages. The stage builder was never really seriously used by me. I generally only fiddle around in here just to see how much of a jackass I can be. Challenges features a huge wall of things to do and trinkets to unlock. Chronicle is a list of all Nintendo published titles, which I always really appreciated. And finally, Masterpieces allows you to see where Fuse-like fighters got their start. Yep, you can play retro games within Smash Brothers. This is insane. Time to twiddle in a game at Donkey Kong. Yeah, Nintendo still has to be able to sell all these games separately on the Wii Shop channel, so we can play these games, albeit under time limits. And in most of these games' cases, strict time limits. I wouldn't mind being able to play Super Mario Brothers for only a minute if it didn't take about a minute to load the demo. Also, the variety is a little lacking here, not a ton of overall games, and most of them are Mario titles. It's whatever, though. The idea behind Masterpieces is great, and was one of the coolest extras involved in me as a kid. When I watched Super Mario World, I was giddy, man, but I realized the only controller I had to work with it was a GameCube controller. And you surely haven't seen hell until you tried playing Super Mario World with a GameCube controller. It just doesn't work! And that Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And listen, I will always love Melee for what it introduced to Smash Bros. And for being an excellent game all around. But Brawl just took it to another level for me. I know the problems with the gameplay tweaks and not as many new ideas and modes as Melee. But to me, Brawl was Melee, but with even more stuff and fan service. I definitely hold a lot of sentimental value with this game, as it was the first Smash Bros. That really hooked me. So keep that in mind when I say I prefer it to Melee. It's far from perfect, but I think at the very least we can all agree it's an extremely game that a lot of love and attention put into it. And hey, if you just can't stand the gameplay, you project end. It may not be your Smash Brothers of choice, and that's okay, but it'll always be one of my favorites.
Brawl was a great game, and was where everybody's mind started racing as to what could possibly be a Smash Brothers character. Rayman, Gino, the General, Chibi Robo, Vince Young, Brett Favre. As an assist trophy. Hey y'all, Scott here. Listen, I've noticed newborn baby name books is a hot thing right now, so I decided to work on a newborn baby last name book.
Hail, Wanderer. Laid before you is the bounty of history. I have been waiting for your return.
Super Smash Brothers for Nintendo 3DS and Wii U for the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U. Fourth entry in the best series featuring
Sound
Nintendo
selection.
and All-Stars assaulting each other holds a few milestones. The first Smash Brothers game in HD, the first one on a handheld, the first one to actually be 2 games. Smash 4 was an incredibly
It calls to you.
And while it has the gameplay mechanics that we love Smash Brothers for, it always felt like it was missing some of the magic of previous entries. Listen, I love Smash 4. I've easily played it the most out of all the games and enjoyed so much about it. But it just misses the mark with a bunch of little things. I'll try to explain myself, but beforehand, we'll go on and on and on about the development and lead up to release. So New Smash Brothers was announced at E3 2011 for the 3DS and Wii U with some form of connectivity between each other. No footage, no name, no other details. Masahiro Sakurai was taking the helm once again as director for the project. However, at the time of its announcement, he was still working on Kitty vs. Uprising for the 3DS. Satoru Iwata announced the new Smash Brothers game crazy early development, as in, before it was crazy early development. It was obviously done just to plot into the favor of the Wii U and 3DS, saying, don't worry guys, there'll be a new Smash Brothers. A year later, at E3 2012, the Wii U was announced, but Smash Brothers was nowhere in sight. Behind the scenes, however, the project was just starting out. Sakurai officially proposed his vision for the next Smash Brothers to Nintendo in April of 2012, with features like custom moves, Smash Run, 8-player Smash, and a few new characters being detailed. A few weeks after E3, Nintendo Direct was broadcast unveiling that Bandai Namco was developing the next Smash Brothers. I think some people are a bit uneasy about this review. These are the guys who made Pac-Man Party. We're going to trust them with our Smash Brothers? But in my opinion, Bandai Namco was always an excellent choice. Previous Smash Brothers development teams weren't nearly as experienced in creating modern fighting games or nearly as big as Bandai Namco. Using a company as large as them would mean the game would have more manpower behind it and thus was a bit quicker. And Sakurai was still manning the project. Not much to be worried about.
times it was just after the E3 show. Rosalina and Luma. And afterwards... That surprised a lot of people at the time that the 3DS version come out first, but in retrospect, that definitely made the most sense. The direction was pretty good, albeit with nothing absolutely mind-blowing. Ending things off with a reveal of Greninja, which got me saying, Mewtwo's back, what the hell is this? A Smash Bros. Invitational tournament for the Wii U game was announced for E3 2014, which was huge. Just the fact that Nintendo was not only starting to support the Smash Bros. There were two large footsteps in the
I'm not ready yet.
Later in July, a live stream was held to simply reveal a newcomer trailer. This ended up being for Robin and Lucina from Fire Emblem Awakening. Fire Emblem rep this time
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. Are separate games. Slash the same game. The more I think about Smash Bros., the harder it is to classify what the hell it is. They both have the exact same characters.
I need more time.
Calling both of them something like Super Smash Bros. Smackdown would imply these are the exact same games. Well, they really aren't. Yeah, there's not really much else we could have called them. When the 3DS version came out, I was giddy, let me tell you. It was beyond they dreamed about being able to play Brawl on my DS back in the day. To finally get basically that was great. Thankfully, the handheld form factor did a little
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Wii U focusing more so on console games for its stages. The 3DS has some great ones like 3D Land, Rainbow Road, Paper Mario, Spirit Train, Mute City, Picto-Chet 2, Pac-Maze, with some returning favorites, Yoshi's Island and WarioWare, just to name two. There are a fair amount of returning stages to make up for franchises without a new stage in this version, but with the 3DS's low resolution and lesser graphical quality, the stages don't feel too out of place. Now this, on the other hand, I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but I do not like the stage selection in Smash Wii U. It's just there is not a single stage that I'm like, oh yeah, I love this one. I like Pilot Wings and Woolly World. And that's about it, to be honest. Tons of stages have cool ideas like Gamer and Jungle Hijinks, but it's not that interesting to play on for me. This list just screams bad. Previous titles. Sure, that kind of undervalues
I'm not ready yet.
about them. Try to collect as many fighters and trophies as you can. You can equip the trophy with At the end of the game, you have a battle with the remaining fighters, all acting as separate side people.
I need more time. I need more time. Overall, Classic Mode on 3DS is a pretty good time. I hate Classic Mode on Wii U, but both end things off with great boss battles. I really like what they did here. All-Star Mode is back, but even on Hard Mode, it's just a bunch of nothing. It's so easy to defeat everybody. All I do in this mode is just up smash constantly, and I end up winning. Stadium is back with the tried and true favorites, home run contest and multi-man smash, but Break the Targets turned into dun dun dun. And I'm gonna defend this mode real quick. Yeah, I would have preferred it being more like the original Break the Targets from 64 and Melee, where every character had their own unique stage. But this is way better than Brawl's 5 target smash stages across all characters. It's just so much more interesting to go for a high score compared to Brawl's mode, I'll always say that. So many modes are basically the same across both versions, but the Wii U has some exclusive twists. Like in Target Blast, there's 3 different stages, and the bomb is bigger in Run 2. Now you know Wii U. Events are back, still great and exclusive to the Wii U version. Kind of a grid map sort of thing, because I don't know. Special Order is also exclusive to the Wii U, and it's pretty cool. It's basically about taking orders from Master and Crazy Hand, all about winning fights under special conditions. The difference between Master and Crazy Orders is Master Orders just has you beat one of these things, and you're done. You can use prize and you can pick another. Crazy Orders is about seeing how many orders you can win in a row until you think you've had enough, and finish things off with a battle against Crazy Hand. Crazy Orders is really the portion of this mode I think the most. Master Orders, you know what's totally engrossing? Minus the end, minus the aim? Stage Builder. This feature in Brawl wasn't great, but it got the job done. Stage Builder is exclusive to the Wii U, and thus use the gamepad to draw stages, which in concept is amazing. But in reality, drawing stages doesn't add nearly as many possibilities as you think it would. It's very restricted overall. The amount of items you can put on your stage. This is it. This is all you can do. I know they limited the options since you can draw whatever you want, but again, Stage Builder is there's all this new Gundam merchandise in the background. This is such a fun idea. You can also play Trophy Rush. This is such a great mode. You can just constantly break stuff until you fill this meter up, and you're just showered with trophies and custom moves. Just make sure not to fall off or let the jump overjump yourself. Onto the trophies themselves. I don't know. I collected almost every trophy in Smash Wii U, and while trophy collecting is part of the reason I continually play Smash Brothers by myself, I felt like I was also collecting the trophies to collect them all, not because I wanted to see them all. While there are loads of really cool looking ones, there's a lot of flat trophies and alternate color character trophies that just aren't nearly as interesting to me. Like the stages, the previous version has I need time to do that.
having more of a console focus. The concept of the handheld
How can I help?
medium's history is fun, but it ends up making most versions feel kind of incomplete as stories.
Don't ruin all that work.
On the console, and vice versa. I think various trophies are categorized by trophy boxes. These have absolutely no purpose. I like it. Don't take any of the criticism the wrong way. I still love trophies. Masterpieces are back from Brawl on the Wii U version, this time with super fast loading times. N64 games aren't included, but at least we have original Game Boy games, even though you couldn't play these on the Wii U anywhere else.
Strong enamel is your best defense against erosion and patching. Reinforce that defense with enamel active shield.
You can also train your own amiibo to fight like you and power them up to level 50% health. This was initially exclusive to the Wii U version before being added to the 3DS Wii and update. I always like the Smash Bros. Amiibo because they give trophies. It's like in the game. I like that. I'm not a figurine person really, so it's a bit odd that I got sucked into the amiibo craze. It really should have Smash Bros. Line though. Remember how hard it was to find certain Smash amiibo? And on top of that, remember how difficult it was to nab the GameCube controller adapter? The re-released GameCube controllers were easy to find though, and I really love that they released these. They worked on the original GameCube as well, and it was just so nice to have the new first-party GameCube controllers again. We only got the black one here, but I ended up importing the white one from Japan. If you couldn't get the adapter, thankfully Smash gave you offer compatibility with the most controllers of any Smash game, allowing you to play with no. Some third parties stepped up and released classic controllers for the Wii remote that felt like the GameCube controller. These weren't the greatest, but they were tolerable. I really hated how the GameCube adapter only worked for Smash Brothers, so these third-party options made it so then you can use GameCube-like controllers on various different games on the Wii U. Well, that is basically all the extra content in Smash for 3DS and Wii U. And overall, the adventure mode really hurts the single-player side of things. Sakurai stated it was due to people uploading Brawl sessions online. As a reward for the subspace emissaries, so being able to watch them all without playing kind of defeated the purpose of the mode in his eyes. Honestly, that was never one of Sakurai's best decisions, but at least with no adventure mode, they were able to focus more so on the core gameplay and put their CGI efforts into all the amazing trailers he got for the game. Sure, adventure modes in Smash games were always flawed, and Melee's had a ton of that classic Nintendo charm, but was full of just standard fights on standard stages, and it was crazy short. Brawl was an actual adventure mode, but lacked a lot of the Nintendo charm and was just too long. But I still like them, and its exclusion helps add to one of Smash 4's main problems in my eyes. The lack of personality. The characters themselves, if anything, the personality on them was cranked to the max. No, I'm talking the game itself. It just feels like versus battles and nothing else. And you know what? It does everything exponentially well. Smash 4 focuses on the fun that can derive from it. And that means the gameplay, in my opinion, was the best in the series at the time of its release. It's just everything else, the modes outside of multiplayer, don't feel nearly as fleshed out, or simply they're just dumbed down compared to previous games. Another problem is I like the 3DS stages more, I like the 3DS modes more. But the Wii U is how I want to play this game. I want to play it on a big TV with a controller. It's just I don't like the content in this version as much as the 3DS. I'll say, Smash 3DS is just straight up more interesting. It has better ideas. But it doesn't matter because Smash Wii U is how everybody prefers to play. But we have to talk about Smash 4 as much as we just grind. It's opening and opening. Now Smash 3DS doesn't even have one, it just has this police line up on the bottom screen. Smash Wii U does indeed have an opening, and it just doesn't work well. The main theme is great, and I'm perfectly fine with them using the CGI from the reveal trailers mixed with gameplay. Man, these edits just don't make any sense. Why out of all characters is Shulk the first one we see? Why is this specific shot in general the first one we see? Why would they use scenes from reveal trailers with different art styles? It just feels like they threw together a bunch of random clips most of the time. And oh yeah, DLC came out for this game. That was alright. I think you all know that I'm more of a fan of the colorful, wacky side of Nintendo, not all this Fire Emblem trash. Get out of here. Not really. The DLC was alright. Mewtwo, Lucas, and Roy all came alongside newcomers Ryu, Cloud, Thorn, and Bayonetta. It's definitely a milestone to see Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, the game famous for not being on the Nintendo platform, in Smash Brothers. And Bayonetta was a pretty fitting end to the Smash 4 roster. He also freaking broke the game with how overpowered he was. The stages added were pretty great. Super Mario Maker was a solid choice. The Mii Fighter costumes were 75 cents a piece, which was totally not worth it because I never used them, but I bought them all anyways. I wonder what the 3DS character select screen looks like now with all the DLC characters. Holy sh**. Who needs vision anyways?
Lakewood divide Arizona, banning abortion even in cases of rape and incest, endorsed by white supremacist Carrie Lake.
Try Mitigating Relax Planes and Centipedes for twice the vibes.
That's a lot of red. And I am colorblind, so that's not a lot of red. I just kind of felt like talking about my Nintendo Switch game collection here, not necessarily because it's wildly impressive. I mean, there's a lot of games here, but I haven't really sought out to collect them.
Hello, you absolute legends. On the 6th of March 1999, the great speedrunner Marcus Papale beat the level of the installation in just 7 seconds on the easy difficulty. It was a simple speedrun. There were no fancy techniques, nor does it seem like there really could be. It's easily the shortest speedrun in the entire game, and the bare-bones nature of the route made it seem like there were no obvious ways to gain enough time to shave off another second. And this remained the case for the next quarter of a century. For over 25 years, the community at large believed that Marcus's run of 7 seconds would remain unbeaten forever, and not for lack of trying either. Over the years, our understanding of how to straight jump optimally has vastly improved, and players were getting lower and lower 7-second runs. But they never seemed close enough to where 6 seconds was a realistic possibility. Even as we enter 2024, a time of 6 seconds was still deemed to be unachievable. Even if you took the best parts of every even if you stitched together the perfect run, it still wouldn't be this run is the most
I need more time. I need more time.
Made it without you. You're a saint. Bless you.
This is a really good deal, but don't miss out. To achieve a time of 7 seconds. At this point, players knew that in order to move as fast as possible, you want to spend as much time in the air as you can. When you are running along the ground, you lose tons of speed due to friction. And this is the entire point of bunny hopping, as we all know. You want to jump as soon as you land, so you keep most of your speed. And in 1999, players already knew this fairly well, which is why it's interesting that Marcus didn't seem to do this, at least after his first jump. Marcus bunny hopped after every single jump except the first, in which case he landed, ran for a brief moment along the ground, and then jumped again. This is obviously not optimal, and it caused him problem players face on E2M1 is that in order to make the jump over the gap, you needed to land in a specific spot. You had to land on top of the railing so that you could make the distance. If you landed earlier, you would either hit the railing or just simply wouldn't have enough speed to clear the gap, and this creates a large bottleneck. Players had to plan their bunny hop so they landed where they needed to in order to make the jump. And this is why Marcus delayed his second jump, because if he started his bunny hop chain earlier,
you have to lay it the other way. Lay the other way. Yeah, like when you yeah.
Still make it up onto the railing. As time went on, bunny hopping became even more optimized, especially with the introduction of power bunnies in the mid-2000s, which is where you tap the forward key as you land to keep even more of your speed. On E2M1, this was a good thing, obviously, but it presented another problem, because now if you had too much speed, it seemed like you would land beyond the railing.
Now you can both sleep well.
The only way you could really capitalize on any more speed at the start is if you could be so quick that you could clear the jump on your fifth bunny hop instead of your sixth. It's not possible to land
That's
on
why
the
I'm still
railing,
up.
but if you have enough speed, you can land a bit
Yeah, that's why I'm still up.
distance. However, this is far more difficult and requires insane movement precision. This is why if you look at these speedrun.com rankings, you'll find a massive bottleneck of players after the 7.6 second mark. Only a handful of players can currently execute these starting movements in such a way to make the gap of 5 bunny hops.
I got it from Mama.
The runner Chambers beat the level in 7.1
Told her I won't bother her for 5 days.
Really close to 6 seconds, but realistically, it's still light years away. This run is already almost perfect, and despite Chambers being so close, a 6-second run was still out of the question, because even if he took his best segments and spliced them all together, he still couldn't achieve a 6-second run. However, Chambers did do something rather incredible last year when he beat the level on Nightmare difficulty in 6 seconds. On the Nightmare difficulty, Chambers was able to take advantage of a damage boost from one of the grunts. This boost adds a ton of speed. In fact, it adds so much speed, you can see that Chambers had to take some really wide lines to still land in the correct spot and not overshoot before the jump. Despite 6 having been attained on Nightmare, and despite the Easy record being so close, a 6-second run on Easy was still deemed to be impossible. And I wish I could say that there was some kind of really interesting, unexpected breakthrough that happened in 2024 that made it possible, but that's just not what happened. And this is also one of the things that makes Quake such an insane game to speedrun. In my opinion, Quake is the quintessential game in speedrunning when it comes to pure movement mechanics. Quake is great because it's impossible for a human to move optimally, and every single frame is an opportunity for time to be lost or gained against other players, depending on how well you can move. To illustrate my point, I'll compare Quake to some other popular speedrunning games. In a game like Super Mario Bros., movement is very easy. It just requires you to press and hold a single button. Anyone can do it, and everyone will be moving at the same speed, regardless of skill. So the difficulty of Super Mario Bros. Speedruns comes in the execution of glitches that are dispersed throughout the run. In a game like GoldenEye, movement speed is similar, where it's tapped and controlled by a button. Therefore, the difficulty here really comes in when you need to aim or turn. In a game like Super Mario 64, movement mechanics become more challenging. Movement speed is affected by how well you can time your button presses, so there is an added level of difficulty. This is what makes SM64 so great to watch at the top level. And then when it comes to Quake, you reach the pinnacle of movement, where your mouse precision during every single frame affects how fast you move. If you are turning too fast or too slow on any frame, you'll lose time. It's a constant struggle. Straight jumping is so difficult that it's impossible to do it perfectly. There is always going to be some loss of speed due to human inconsistency. And in the case of E2M1, a run of 6 seconds was seen to be impossible based on how well humans had previously played. But if you really examine the movement down to its tiniest components and really make sure everything is as perfect as it can be, you'd be surprised at when there is time to be gained. And in the past few months, a relative newcomer to Quake, known as AIM64, could do exactly that. He studied the level in more detail than anyone ever had before, finding the absolute ideal way things could be performed. For example, at the very start of the level, the best players had been bumping their heads on a close arch during their first jump. This helped them avoid going too high and made them land sooner and start their bunny chain earlier, and therefore they wouldn't need to take a wider line if they had a lot of speed. But AIM-64 realized that players hadn't been doing it perfectly. He realized you could hit the switch slightly lower so you could land earlier, and he realized if you looked a bit more sideways, you could also get a slight speed boost. He calculated that if you did it perfectly, you could save several hundredths of a second over the previous record. The only problem is that doing it this way is stupidly precise. It's so precise that it will take him 30 minutes of replaying the start over and over again to do it a single time. That's 30 minutes of the same 1 second start over and over and over again in order to save a few hundredths of a second. This is the level of detail he was getting into. When doing power bunnies, you want to tap the forward key when you land in the fewest frames possible. This is because when you are pressing forward, you can't turn. And any frame you aren't turning is a frame you aren't building speed and straight jumping. So AIM-64 really focused on tapping forward as quickly as he could so that he could use every possible frame to turn and gain speed. And he realized he could gain another few hundredths of a second over other players if he did it perfectly. And these tiny improvements eventually added up, where a theoretical test run is now finished in 6.98 seconds. For the first time in history, a run of 6 seconds was at least theoretically possible. And with the door now open, AIM-64 wasted no time in making it happen. And on the 15th of August 2024, he achieved this run. Every single tiny chance to save time. This run perfectly encapsulates the modern era of play speedrunning, and it's amazing to see players still pushing this classic game to its absolute limit. A huge congratulations to AIM-64 on his achievement, and also a big thanks to the YouTube channel Play Speedrunners Explained, who was kind enough to provide some cool footage of these demos for me. He makes awesome play documentaries, so definitely check out his channel as well. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Westshore Home, we're making replacing your windows easier and more affordable than ever with our Labor Day sale. For a limited time, we're offering 48 months of 0% APR. A deal so great, you'll be interest-free till 2028. Plus, I'm taking 20% off your entire project. Now's the time to get your no-obligation estimate. Keep your home comfortable year-round. Get started now with our online scheduling tool. Call the number on your screen.
Boss gimmicks can be tons of fun. Done right, they're a breath of fresh air that gives the player confidence. Discover something new, something truly original and unspoiled.
I'm not ready yet.
One of the tougher things for any language app to teach. If you've never found out how fun it is to get more lifetime access to 41 languages. Start learning today. Thank you.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Whatever you do, don't phone in a gimmick final boss. Crash Bandicoot 2 is a classic PS1 era platform. It's full of a bunch of solid, if not particular bosses that ask the player to be precise their movement in order to win. Every now and then.
I'm not ready yet.